Alrighty. Hello, everybody. How we all doing today? Ready for shenanigans? Alright, so, what I did over the weekend, chat. I took my New Game Plus character. I got them exactly to where we left off on our other one. So much easier on my New Game Plus character. So, we will be playing on the New Game Plus character now instead of the other one. Oh, let's see. Let me come over and say hi to everybody. Who we got? We got Wolfling, we got Sky, we got Sir Spooky. How we all doing? Alright, let's see. Happy Wednesday, all. But yes, we've got my lovely New Game Plus character that has much different stats from my other one. But yeah, they're just much more magically inclined. No, it's not Tuesday. No, don't do that to me. But yeah, I got them right up to where we left off here, just outside of Rolana's fight. I've talked to the people here as well. There was stuff that we picked up that I never looked at. I talked with Sky about it and was like, I should probably find and look at thing. Yeah, I don't know how much of any of these, like, papers that I picked up I looked at. I know we looked at the two maps, but I don't know that we looked at anything else, or that I might have picked up, like, a couple of things that the previous character didn't get, but by and large, I tried to keep it largely the same as where we left off. So we've got Tower of Shadow message. Is this the one? Okay, yeah, this was Follow East. We did that. That one we read. Kind Nicholas seeks tower sealed by shadow, the gate of divinity. If we were to reach it, we must burn the tree that seals the path. For that, we require a flame. Okay, that one I don't think we read. Monk's Missive. A letter bearing a terse message and an illustration of a monk, his hands held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. Okay. So, this is what we picked up right at the end of the stream that I was so frazzled and just was like, nope, don't care, not important, moving on. But that I have since been informed leads to lovely things. So, paying attention to that. Yes, Sky loves the Monk Missive. Chat, we've got Chili Mac today. What is the snack of choice around the world? What y'all having? I did not warm that up enough. It's fine. Okay, and then this I think I bought because this character is doing better with their rune economy. Amaris, hello! Note found by the Forager Brood, imparting knowledge in brief. Should you chance upon a sealed spirit spring, look for stacked stones nearby. By toppling them, you may break the seal. Cool. Violence and destruction, we're gonna break shit. Sounds perfect. Okay. I do want to teleport back. There's a lot of stuff we didn't do because I'm a potato. I figured out where the door we never opened was, and I did not go open it on this character. So, break shit, eat horse. No, not torrent. Mom, thank you for the resub. You're 2 in for 53 months. So many months. Thank you, Mom. Okay, let's see. Which site of grace am I looking for here? I've got to figure out where I'm trying to go because I found out where door, I think. And I intended to go back there with you guys. I also found a fight that I just looked at, went, I know what's over there. I'm not going over there. So we can also go look at that. Have a good nap, Mom. But yeah, life is much easier on this character because I just say, fuck you, Dragon Breath. And life is good again. So yeah, that's how this game is played now. But yeah, I just need to clear out some lads here. This might actually be easier from the other... Isn't there another Shite of Grace that's... directionally challenged a little bit? It's fine. I'll wait for some of these guys to get over here. It's fine. But yeah, I think there might have actually been a second Site of Grace that would have been better for this than this one. But it's fine. Say, fuck your nonsense. Problem solved. No, I said fuck the tree snake and lived my life. Mostly because I was just trying to get this character to exactly the same point as the previous one, and since I hadn't done that on this character, I was like, well, can't do it now. Okay, yeah, I was right, there was a closer... That's fine. Sirs? Sirs, where go? Ah! Oh, you fell! You both fell. Okay, live your lives down there. Anyways, look, door! This is ominous. Yeah, I finally figured out where the storeroom key... That's alive. This is probably fine. Hello. Good conversation. Feel likely, boss. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Here if I... Where is... Will you talk to me? Oh, hey, there we go. Oh, nice face.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again. Does a sculpted keeper stand before me? Oh.
Yes.
As I felt the sacred beast's essence fade, a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief. I cannot
I feel like I should have talked to her before I fought the
After
boss.
an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh, oh, oh. I implore, vessel of the sacred beast, have my son accompany thee to war, and dance thy dance of beauteous color. Take vengeance upon Mesmerides' lot. They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us, let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing in service to thee.
Ooh. Well, thank you.
O sculpted keeper, channel thy color into the most resplendent of dances. My song will I sing in service to thee.
Alright, back to not being that.
Born dead beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance and cavort, dance and cavort. Cleanse all that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
You done? Just started talking again there. I was not ready for that. Okay, question is...
From higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance.
It's the same shit. That's fine. We're looking at spell. Okay. Summons a guardian spirit above the caster's head.
Woe, and those
Entreaty received from the Empyrean Grandam. Summon a guardian spirit above the caster's head. The spirit never strays far from the caster, conjuring several apparitions before dissipating. Interesting. Probably won't end up using that. I don't even have like a staff like equipped for
horn
regular spells right now. I'm gonna break all this shit.
delivered.
Don't mind me, lady. Just imagine someone comes in, puts the frickin' head on, gets a magic spell from you, and then just starts breaking everything in the room. Break all of the things. Best use of our time. Anywho, door. This just drops back down here. Okay. So that's everything that was right here. However... What does that say? Horn Scent Grandam. Okay, cool. Let's come back here now, I think. Yeah, okay, here. Perish. Alright, you ready for something absolutely awful? Oh boy. Yeah, no, it's great here. We love being here. Okay, let's... Where is what? Wait for all of these guys to figure their shit out before I start going places here. Or where do all of these go? Okay, they're going like all the way that way. Rats out of there. Ow. Fucking rude. More. Okay, so yeah. Now we're gonna come over here and we're gonna suffer. It's gonna be absolutely awful. This is the stuff that I haven't done yet. I'd come about as far as this building, and then I stopped because I knew it was over there. We're gonna do real quick. We're gonna hang out for a moment while I, like, regen my shit. We're gonna get some health back, it's gonna be fine, and then we're gonna suffer. I don't know if I have. I don't know if I have anything particularly for poison. Immunity and stuff is kind of the only... Okay, item crafting. I don't even have... I can't even make the poison ones. Oh, that's awful. So yeah, I don't have, like, anything for poison negation. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's gonna go great. I think I have, like, one. I have two. Okay. Maybe we hold on to those until we get a feel for what we're working with here. We had this one on. Yeah, this one is the one that we had on. Okay, this will be fine. Perfectly fine. Yep, there it is. Those are gonna make it to him. I don't think they quite make it. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Well, okay. Oh. Ow. Woo! Hello. It's all bad. Okay, we're fine. Being able to summon there made that just fine. I was worried that would take a lot longer. Okay, let's see. We got what was clearly vastly raises immunity. Okay. Immunizing Horn Charm +2. Okay. Nifty, nifty. Yeah, we're very still poisoned and taking damage from that, but it's fine. Is there anything else over here, or is that... I think that seems like everything from over here. Did I find the path by the entrance of the castle? No, probably not. Probably a lot of things I did not find. Alright, let's get over here and that'll get rid of the poison on us. I'm assuming that's like an up the side here thing. I'd been up there a little bit, but I didn't find... Why doorbell? I didn't find anything like crazy though. Secrets and shenanigans that I've never paid any attention to. Other way along the cliff. So like over along the edge over there somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of like exploring that I just fucking didn't do. I was very like one-track minded as we were going through this, and now that I'm on a more comfortable character, I definitely want to like do a bit more thorough of exploration. Ah. Up there, I see. So I guess this is probably how you get up top. I was wondering about that. Oop, hello. Ow. Okay, hey, stop that. Secrets and shenanigans. Ah. Suffer! in the cliffside. You guys could group back up. That would be helpful. Thank you. Perish. Okay. See things split a little bit here. We're gonna make a break for the touch grass though. But yeah, no, if the question is, did I find anything last time? The answer is distinctly not. I found nothing. I ran and I screamed while I ran. That's what I did. But yes, now that I'm on a more comfortable character, there will be a lot more looking around for shit. What are you? What are you? Oh, you remind me of Stitches. That's an old WoW reference for anybody that knows it. Yep, that went well. Okay, what else do we got here on the outermost edge? Not much. Oh, we got a little bit of stuff here. Fucking rude. Ow! Oh, you're shooting things at me. I was like, where is that coming from? Stop that! Ooh, that dog is stronger than the other dogs were. That is for sure. Okay, we're just gonna... No more of you. The more guys that I just don't have to deal with, the better. Ew, another creepy guy. Ah, yes, fireman. Not a fan. There's so many of you all of a sudden. Ah! Oh, that's a ledge that I don't want to go down. Ah! We try not to fling ourselves off of ledges. That's like the go-to, maybe don't do that. There are suddenly a lot more of the creepy guy. There's another one. Come down this inner Prospect Town. Okay. Towns and town-like structures usually sometimes have something in them. light as we ride into dark corners looking for shit. Nope. Okay, nope, this is just a weird corner with nothing in it for some reason. Gotta love those. Okay, town-like structures. Not much here, huh? I'm being followed by a dog. Ooh, rat dog. I miss Rot Dog. Rot Dog got us through a lot of game. Rot Dog lived his best life. Got that dog? I wouldn't recommend it. Grab this from here. Oh, not these fuckers too. Oh, don't act like you don't see it, game. We're just gonna act like we don't see. Oh, okay. Forager Brood Cookbook. Black Firefly. Okay. Thank you, not an enemy. Okay. I was sitting there trying to, like, target him, and I'm like, really, game? Really? Really, really? Oh, you are quite large. Okay, there's still everything up there that we need to get to as well. You are very large, though. Anyone talking about the large lad over here? Lightning. Okay. Probably fine. But now here is a dog you can pet, Sky. Now that's a dog if I've ever seen one. Here. Danger bird. Don't like that. Not going towards it. We're rolling. Yep, that's pretty standard practice. Okay, so we're just gonna line this up and just... Oh, I love how that didn't touch the dog in the slightest. Ah, bleed dog, not a rot dog. Distinctly different. Blood beans fork. Interesting. Okay. We're just gonna hop on this and just, like, ride through and figure out... I really just want to see the big guy roll. That's a lot of lightning all of a sudden. We should probably not stand still. It's fine. Oh, sheep roll. I just want to see the big guy roll. You're so large. I'm being chased by smaller sheep. Perfectly fine. Or... whole area just feels weird. That's where we entered from. Okay. Anywho. Ignoring the bear. We don't do bears around here. Remember, chat, bears are people. Oh. Oh well.
Go. Give a cry.
Or don't you do it. Really all that's up here. I feel like as much area as there is, there's gotta be something else to this. I don't know, maybe the lone cliff bear, but you know, that seems like a horrible idea. That bear looks awful fucked up. Be wary of enemy down. What? Oh, what the fucker? Oh, it's one of those fuckers with the stupid discs. I hate those guys. Hitting a bear is never a good idea in this game. Stared at me. He didn't even fight. Now I feel kind of bad. Beast horn. Oh, the bear's a little fucked up, huh? Yeah, that was by far probably the easiest bear in the entire game. Every other bear in this game will just fuck you right up. Okay, I got way closer to that ledge than I wanted to. Huh, stuff down there, hello. Really dropping down right here to get that area. You kind of can, huh? Except for the person that died right there. But there's a little bit of like a ledge that you can like shimmy your way down. Can I just not fight you? Oh, this is lovely news. My shit does reach if I've got the right angle. Don't change the lighting on me. Can't target from this ledge, though. I'm not actually supposed to be standing on this. This is not supposed to be an actual ledge. Oh, okay. It's gonna drop me down. I was worried about that. Can we get that off in time? Okay. We're down here. We are down here. What direction these messages were facing. They just mean the guy that was down there that I killed? Are those messages going that direction? How was I supposed to get over here? There's a question. Rat. Don't worry, Rat. We both missed. I went down an easier way than you did. Oh, jeez. Oh, this just went... Literally could have just walked around. That's fine. You used torrent land on a thin beam of the church? Oh god, Sky. Well, we're both dorks because we could have just walked around. Yep. Gotta love it. Oh, sorry. Okay. Blue Dew Talisman. Based on the shape, that is, mana regen. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Dope. Love that. Love that for us. The only reason you mentioned this area. Yeah, no, that's... I used to love using the health regen one early game. I kept that on it basically all times. A mana regen one, 100% would have had on the whole time. Seeker Knight. Cool. Interesting. Get off ledge. I will go down there. I just want to make sure I'm not missing stuff on, like, the outskirts here. Is the pit we started at? Okay, okay. That checks out. That makes sense. Yeah, because that definitely comes... Cool. Okay. I was looking at the map, I was like, that does look like... Maybe it's not, maybe it is. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, let's just warp back. Oh, I got a puppy underneath of me. Baby. what are we working with over here? There we go. Yes, I can summon here. I see that. Okay. You're just like the creepy dude that's at the bottom as well, right? You're not like... but there's a lot of you. Okay. That's fair. That checks out. I'm just gonna... Your bullshit. Lots of string. Had to check. Had to check. There's nothing on this side of the building here. No, okay, no way into that structure. Unless it's from, like, the top or some shenanigans. Scritchy shenanigan noises scare me. Everything's so quiet here. I gotta check. Nope. Mimic appearing right in my walkway. Oh, that is a lot of lads eating each other. Oh, and dude with a big stick. Love that. That's gonna be just fine. Oh, and I love the little respawn point here. Thanks for the posture check as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, so I just gonna have it full. I'm just gonna ease on up here, and then just fucking... Stabby. Okay. Alright, that was scary. Alright, Bloodfiend's arm. You're still here and haven't vanished yet, which is also concerning. Usually when, like, the main point of danger is overcome, you leave immediately. So that's reassuring. I love that you're still here, Mimic. Does that mean for once the game acknowledges that there is more? Which I don't love. extra space feels unhelpful. Alright, up the stairs into the perfectly safe room. Yeah. Uh-huh. I thought so. Nope. Really? Nothing? Outer God heirloom. They said it was... Why would you lie about a trap? That's like the one thing you don't fucking lie about, you know? Also, why is the mimic still here? I mean, alright. Ooh, specifically raises arcane. Bleed build. Alright, I mean... Yeah, normally the mimic vanishes when you kill the enemies in the area, so it's a little weird that it stuck around for no reason. But I feel like that's kind of all we're gonna get from right here, so... Oh, there's a little thing here. That. But then, yeah, I guess we are good to go elsewhere. We are mostly up, but we are not up. It also lets you use summons to help clear exploration areas now. Yeah, there were a couple areas that it did that in the regular stuff too, but usually once you killed everything, it went away. Like, there's areas in the DLC that it does that too, and it's just not this one. It's like, nope, you're fine. So it's a little weird. Alright. Other thing we missed, we didn't do everything down here. Mostly we just didn't fuck with the dragon. And then there's, exploration cave down here that we didn't do, that I was informed about. So maybe now that we are on our regularly scheduled bullshit, we can fuck with dragons now. I thought there was a spot down here where it was cool with me summoning. Really? Not so much? Oh, you're not even gonna let me, like, target it until I'm... Okay, well, fuck you. There's the summon. I don't even think that touched. Ow. Ah! ready for that. We did better on this, though, than we did the first time we tried it. The Rot Breath seems to be more effective than the Frost Breath, though, so that's good to know. The Rot did a hell of a lot more damage. Oh, now it said he's awake. Wonder if it'll let us reach from here like we did the one time, because this was pretty shenanigan-y. I think if I had a better... If I had, like, a bow equipped, I could definitely... Well, you wanted to let that reach, didn't you? Yeah, not quite so much, huh? I'd have to get his attention first. Oh, don't run away. I'm right here. You little butt! I will put a bow on just to get your attention. I will not remember how to use it. Oh, are you gonna get close enough now? Oh, you are. I'll play that game too, asshole. Up. It reaches just enough through the cliff bottom. Alright, fine, I'll fight him normal. Alright, take these off though. I'll fight him like a normal person, it's fine. Oh, I hate the double hit where there's nothing you can do to get out of that. I was hoping I was running the correct direction, and immediately I was like, nope, that's not gonna work out. The Mimic was, like, not fighting, hardly, it felt like. Like, the Mimic was holding most of the aggro, but wasn't actually fighting, which was weird. Actually see where my runes are, so... Where the fuck are my runes at? Yeah, shit. Damn it. Oh, don't keep doing it. Yeah, yeah. No. Oh my god, I ended up so much time underneath of him that time around. Oh my gosh. Oh, lovely. My runes are right at his face. That is a lovely, lovely place for them to be. Don't turn to look at me. Don't turn to look at me. No, you looked at me. Hey, Morty. The pretzel shedded. That's good. We love a good, successful shedding of the pretzel. Anna. It's too far away. Oh, we're just gonna do it in one that time. Alright. Had a good shed, super surprised, since definitely stressed him out. Yeah, definitely surprising that it went so smoothly for him. I'm glad it did, though. I'm glad it did. Alright, hadn't had the dragon one-shot me yet. That was new. Alright, Mr. Dragonface. on me? Ooh, hello. Oh, there we are. Phew! Oof. Okay. Dragonheart. Smithing Stone. Hooray! Oh man. That guy was intense. But we finally got him. Rock for the win. Taking down his health in the background so that I can just run circles. Okay, and then I found this here. On Words from a Friend, but I did not go in, because I was like, this seems not great. Mostly I got to this part and went, huh, that's gonna close on me. No thank you, I think. That's pretty much how that went. Oh, that is fucking deep. Jail. Fucking of course. Why wouldn't it be? Love that for us. Great. We're halfway to a level. There's too many of these gates. One of them's gonna close on me. This is fucking gorgeous, though. Oh my god. This is beautiful. Ah! Okay, that was fucking rude. I'm too easy to jump scare. Don't do that to me. There'll be so many fucking jump scares in this one, I can tell. Oh. That was mean. Uncalled for. I'm literally just standing on that edge and nothing's happening. Then it collapses. Fucking rude. I fucking knew it. I'm ready for their shenanigans now. A lot of death on this bridge, which I'm not loving. Love that you don't have the right. Oh my god, how far down does this fucking thing go? All the way right above where my head is. There's like more. Oh my god. I hear more lads crying, therefore ambush. Beware of right. Empty nothingness. Yes. Okay, we could go in there if we wanted. Is this where is the rest of this? Is this a dead end? Is that... Yeah, okay. Not beware of right, more like right's the only direction for you to go. Like... All same, dude. Just me at a table, just... Dudes are like, where's our lunch? Imagine y'all just trying to get a snack and someone comes in with a sword and starts breaking all your shit. There's so much stuff. Oh, that's a big jar. Oh, God. Please, not the jar, anything but that. Promise I won't ever do it again. Swear a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me, please. Oh my god, were they shoving them into jars? Was that their punishment? To become jar meat? Yeah, that looks super safe. Alright, we'll try to go down that way. Not right now. Else are living jars made? You know, I mean, I suppose you're right. I mean, I know Alexander was telling us that filling himself with the guts of dead people made him stronger. I guess I just never suspected that's how they came to be in the first place. Ugh. alive, isn't it? Eh. Ooh, it's got hands! Ooh, no, 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 no! I want that to die! Go away! Don't exist! Don't... Nope. No flesh blob. Bad blob. Nope. Bad flesh blob. Oh, cool. Now we get to certainly perish by trying to go down. That'll go well. Oh yeah, this is perfectly fine. God. Oh, God. How did you die? What did you do wrong? Alright. I almost overshot it. Oh my god, this is awful. Oh my god. But you did so good. Oh, and then you just right off. Okay. It's like, but you did fine. You did not do fine. You did something stupid afterwards immediately. Was the attempt to jump across that killed you? Is that what you died doing? Is there anything? There's nothing even. Oh, there is something over there. There's a hand over there. Oh no. I don't think I can actually jump this. I think I need to have gone from one of the others. There's no way I can jump that, even with a running start. That's death. Yeah, thank you, Random Ghost, for showing me I was 100% correct on that. Alright, well. Tap, 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 tap. I was gonna say, this big one under us is certainly alive as well. I don't mind me. Okay, well, that didn't work so well. How'd the little guy get up there? What the fuck? Dude's got jumping skills. Damn, shame to end a young pot so early in its life. It had absolute skills. No, not the jelly. No, I don't like him. Oh, and it stands up. Oh my god, its underside is so much worse. Oh god. Ugh. Ugh. Die. Die immediately. Ugh. No! They're so bad. There's even more down there. There's a bunch down there too. Oh my god. like you either... No! No! They have like hair too. Oh god, there's more of them. Make it stop. I almost rolled off the edge. No! Stop that. Ew, 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 ew. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Can you tell I hate it, chat? Awful. Okay, well that was mean. F? What? Huh, items. Oh, no. Every time I see a pot that's upside down now, I'm just gonna be so upset. Oh, what the fuck was... No! 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 Ah! The fuck, the fuck, the fuck? You didn't tell me they got worse! Ugh. Innard meat? I don't want that. They get so much worse, chat. What the fuck? I hate it here so much. Everything about this place is bad. This seems not great. I am so full of hate for this place. How do I get up there? Bates cookbook. No, 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 no. I don't want it. Eee. Okay. Fucking spirit up top. God. Place is so bad. I don't like it here. I hate it here so badly. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. the meat. Was I supposed to come this way, or was I supposed to be going the other? There was another gate back here. Make sure I finished with this area here. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I'll never look at the warrior jars the same again. I will hate their existence for the rest of my life. No! Okay, I think that's everything in this room now. I think I'm free of the horrors of this room, even if I'm not free of the horrors of this whole place. Okay, now we can go this direction. There's so many jars in here. There's so many jars. See, just the littlest of guys living their best life, and I don't like them anymore. Oh my god, it's so big. Why is it such a big pot? Oh, well, they're gonna come for me now. You can't tell me. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't tell me that one's not. There's 3 of them over there. Yeah, there's 3 of them. Please. No, no. Ow. Oh my gosh. I am almost entirely out of magic trying to get through this area. There's the fucking boss door after all of that. I still didn't even get the fucking chest above me. I'm supposed to jump down. See, that guy just fucking... This guy died to jars. How am I supposed to get down there? Did this guy just miss? Is that why he died? I'll watch him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to jump towards the pillar and not be like that one guy. Okay, there we go. Wiggle worm our way off the edge here. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank God. Like, please tell me there's a revive point here. Because I have no magic replenish left. I have 4 heals, though, so that's pretty big. Sword faster. Okay, not good. Not good. Yep, I'm dead. All right. Yeah, sword master. More like demi-human magic user. All right. Say no to pot. Yeah, exactly. Definitely to say no to these kinds. Okay, not a lot of time on the summon here. This is a summon and move, kinda. Okay. Woo! Magic-y, teleporting man. He's dead. Hooray! Go, Mimic. Oh, we got him as a summon. Interesting. His AI is probably not half so good as what we just fought, but you know, that's besides the point. Oh, we're underneath of... Okay, interesting. Okay, but now we have to go back and get the fucking chest that we missed. That's what really sucks. Is that there's a whole chest in here we did not get. Also, Sky, with the bridge that broke, is there a way to get to that, the larger pot on, like, the stepped area there? Yep, okay. Well, now I gotta go do that, too. Actually, how close am I to... I'm pretty close to a level. I'm not quite there, but I might be able to use some... Oh, nope, I'm just there. Okay. Love that for me. Love that so much. Okay, I got my endurance to where I was working on that at. Not using my intelligence as much. I really should probably respect this character, but I'll just bring my faith up. Okay. Fine. I really thought he was about to go off the edge there for a sec. Oh, and that just didn't hit because tiny collision. We love tiny collision. drop down into this room. Able friends. Okay. We're back to this room, which is where the shenanigans begin. Question becomes, is at what point do I need to reorient what direction I'm going? Or was I supposed to jump off that other set there? No, there's no way. Okay. So, again, from here, there's no shot I survive. So I at least need to go down one more before I reorient where I'm going. Okay, and then from here... do I have to outright jump to make that? Oh, I also didn't grab whatever that is. Oh, okay. Oh, I feel that random person. Oh, no, I don't want to be here anymore. It's exclusively bad up here. Fuck, I'm stuck. I'm dead. I was trying to roll between them or something, and it's just nope. Oh my god. Alright, now I know what to expect. Don't go towards the chest, kill the little guys first. The biggest problem with dungeons is having to run back through and do the whole thing again. That dude just missed. You know what? Have a nice day, sir. Don't follow me or you'll die. Yeah, it's all just panic rolls. It's fine. It wouldn't be me playing Elden Ring if it wasn't just all panic rolls. I'll let you guys enjoy your lunch this time. Oh, I hit the fucking chain. The chain decided to have collision that time. Cool. At least I'd spent all my runes before I came down here. So that's nice at least. Might just be able to walk off or run off that like I'd been doing and not change that. Eventually I'll make it down here, you know, it's fine. First, there we go. And go right. Okay, I can just walk off. That's fine. Not close. That means none of the rest of these are alive, which is a great sign. That one's cracked though. Yep. Fuck your bullshit. Trust nothing. Okay. Perfect. We're getting there. Alright, now we gotta go through at least a couple of the creepy dudes. And then we can figure out how to get over to Big Pot. I don't think I hated anything more than when one of those things finally stood up. That was awful. Oh, you're alive. Please don't leave. Gross. Okay. That's helpful. Yeah, Fortnite. Haha. Down. Okay. That pot in the middle is clearly alive. All the others look pretty well in the ground. Question is how to get over there? There's no way I can just jump it. Like, I could maybe use the wall to shimmy over there, but... like, there's clearly a way over there. don't know what it is. Welcome back from Adge chat. We're just trying to figure out how to get over there. Because if it's just weirdly shimmy the wall... Well, I can't jump the full thing, but I could jump to the slightly more sloped part of the wall. Sky, do I just have to jump? Or am I missing something? Hi, sir. Maybe. Oh, I don't want to come back here if I'm wrong. I hate it. I hate it. Ah. Oh, goodbye. Nope, I don't want it. We're gonna go do other things. Alright, we're gonna take a break, chat. Because we've been going for 2 hours now. So, this is your cue to get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever it is that you need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, and we will be right back. to suffering. Just in time for the game to fucking stop that. Go away. Okay. So... let's try this again, shall we? Just throwing my stuff, that's fine. Okay. I saw this guy's message last minute about where I need to go for the thing, so we will once more speed run through this. Did you play a game of how many of these guys can I just not fight? If I just don't stop running. Cannot be stopped. So fast. So speedy, so fast. I swear it's almost faster to go down the other... Oh, that was a mighty turn that we started to take there. I opened my window too far. Now it's too cold. There's no healthy balance in cooling my room off. Okay. I've gotten just a little closer to where I could have hit these guys too. That would have been perfect. Okay, so Sky, you said I needed to go further down to go back up. Unfortunately, jumping here is not the answer. Oh. I'm just on top of this now. This is fine. Hate them so much. They are so awful in just every way. Oh, hey, I missed you. Like that. How convenient. I needed to come back over here anyways. Okay. This is the room with the shenanigans do things. fish fucking went for me. Do that. Or I need to go to? Well, now why are you still? Just stop. Hey, Kai, don't be like that. Super, don't do that. Something incredible. Also, yeah, I see what's on your head there, sir. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna wait this out. Really? If I'm about to be very upset, I'm gonna cry. There we go. Okay. That is a weird cry gesturing. I'll fucking try. Ta-da! Nothing happened. Hooray. Although it did stop glowing. Oh boy. Okay. Ah, we are now right next to Big Pot. Fuck off! I don't want you to exist. I want you to stop being present. I was so certain that there wouldn't be any more of those fucking things. How big, sir? And big jar now. Behold, the next iteration of Let Me Solo Her a Headwear. Okay, that seems pretty likely to be it for this place now. I imagine that's pretty well cleared out at this point. Except for a path just to get back down to where we were. Okay. Cool. Now we can teleport on out of here. That's the important stuff for that. Let's teleport here. There's one other main thing in this area that I never did. Aside from you. We'll deal with you another time. It's just so many birds. Still don't like these guys. Nope, not a fan of these guys. These guys are creepy and I don't like them. Okay, this is gonna go only well. Yep. Oh, okay. I think I've ever done in that fight. Over halfway through his health bar after the heal. It's not bad. Mostly just a couple parts where I risked it with a heal a bit too much. Yeah, I was trying to get some shenanigans in. Too early. God damn it. Issues this time. Oh my god. I hate this knight so much. I just want him to go away. I know we can do it. of here. There it is. I was like, are we getting anything? Okay. Great Sword of Solitude, Helm of Solitude, Armor of Solitude, Gauntlets, Greaves. Okay. Well, at least it's cleared. It's a bunch of stuff I will never use. Oh, what are you gonna do sometimes? What are you gonna do? I don't think there's anything else over here that I'm super needing to look through, so... there's a bunch of stuff on this side of the water that I never did either. We kind of just ended up running straight to the boss over here, so... yeah. Let's maybe spend any amount of time looking around here. Okay, got whatever that was. Alright, might as well use this to help clear area out. Mostly I just need to keep an eye and make sure the Mimic doesn't try to vanish if I get too far from its intended space. Like that. Okay. What else can I use the Mimic for over here? Woo! Hi! Thank you, Mimic. That was scary. Press nothing. Okay, get you out of our way here. A lot of enemies that I just don't see and then they're dead. That's fine. None of that for you. There. Yeah, two very strong spellcasters just unleashing Dragon Ice on you. Yeah, that'll do it. Fire Knight's Cookbook. Okay, interesting. That is some chill fire. Not bad. Alright. Ow, fuck, shit, fuck. Okay. Mimic doing their job. Problem solved. Okay, I think that's most of the camp cleared. So yeah, thank you, Mimic. Now we run around and look at other shit. Nice. Hey, more of these guys. Noted. This seems fine. Perfectly safe to just ride right up to. Oh, and it's got like a respawn and... Great. This seems like the correct way to do this. Don't love it down here. This is scary looking. Just rode past all of that and just into darkness. Absolutely ignoring everything back there. Okay. Broken. Like that there's... I'm gonna just say I don't like that there's multiple of these. I didn't even see that dude. Okay, no. Alright, a bunch of these guys, huh? These guys tend to be a whole brand of pain in the ass. So yeah, these guys normally pointed towards, like, dungeons. There's a deer. My god, my chat's so broken today. It keeps, like, disconnecting and reconnecting and... Bear! Why are the bears dying so quick? I don't like that. That's a real false sense of security thing going on here. Only I look carefully. Telescope. Whoops, hello, sir. Ah, there's more. Oh, and there's poison right there. That's not helpful. Well, I don't gotta look carefully if they're all just gonna run up to me, you know? Alright. Alright, that would imply all of them. These are very reassuring warnings. We'll be perfectly fine. Yeah. Fog Rift Catacombs. That seems fine. That goes down very quick, Alright, we'll grab this little guy. Here, or just bamboozling me. It's like, haha, you thought. That's very clearly just a dark pit of death. Alright, we'll bring this back down then. Plant our butt right here. Too far from a level up still. Step 1. What are we working with? Rabbit? You're a little different than normal, aren't you? Okay. A new type of imp thing. As well as just some dudes walking around. How you doing today, Rabbit? Alright. One dude on the wall, one dude in the middle. Oh! Oh, run that by me again? I hate that. So I'm guessing... to the doorway after it slams. Probably. Okay, so that's dead now. Let it slam one more time, and then we will get out of the way. Where the fuck out of the way is. Ow! That's quite the reach you have there, sir. Okay. Nothing obvious on that side of the room as far as, like, secret walls. Up path. What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you? Don't do that. Bounce bounces. I don't like that either. No more of that guy to worry about for now until the next one shows up, inevitably. Uh-oh. I'm getting real tired of your bullshit. Always hated these guys. All of the little gremlin gargoyle things have always been an absolute menace and have been awful every time. We're doing alright. We're doing some cleanup of things in the DLC that we kind of ignored before. That's a big plant to be down here. Alright. I saw that way too late. Oh, that thing just has a straight up cannon for a head. Full cannon head. Get hit, yep. How am I meant to hit this fucker? Just like that. It's that time. Okay, those guys are Nightshade, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, and the posture check. Fine. Sideways. Okay. Got some options here. Hi. Is just the one? Cease existing. Thank you. Have a nice day. No, that doesn't mean it's the actual only one. It just means it's the only one close enough for me to actually see. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Get out of here. Heck. Okay. No hidden path there. But we are looking for a path from somewhere, because we've got some upper areas we need to be able to get to. Possible it was in a room before and I just missed it, but it's possible it's in a later room. We don't super know. Up. Ah, up. Yes, up. I see. Okay. Can I ride that? for sure. Oh, shit. Okay. Ah, okay, okay. Ooh, I don't like the look of you. Mm-mm. Oh, that's the bouncy bullshit. Fuck. My guy, chill. Just trying to be wary of absolutely every. It's going pretty good here, Nightshade. We're making some pretty good progress on the shenanigans. I don't like this room. Oh, that's too many big guys. Yeah, that's too many. Too many. Scarred. Just the right, okay. That's... I was trying to turn that around. Which I would have been early anyways. Took long enough to come out here. That's fine. Hey, a great ghost glove ward. Okay. Okay. This is spiky room number 1. I don't think we can ride that one up into the sky. Oh, maybe we can. Huh. That's awfully tight. So far, we've gone everywhere except for, like, the intended, like, initial end. We've gone through and looked for all of the secrets first. Hey, Black Knight Commander Andreas. Cool. Where do you spit me out at? Okay, that's funny. It spits you out. One secret above and below the other. Okay, let's come back this way because we need to get to the other room to make it to the end of it. Okay. How are we meant to handle this room? Really supposed to just try to make it all the way across, or is the middle? No, the middle's not safe. Is there a safe spot under me? So hard to tell. Please go, please go. Okay. Ooh, ladder. What'd that ladder do? This was just right above me. What does this accomplish? I don't like all of these comments about like revenge. Makes me feel like I'm in danger. There's also nothing here. Liar. Alright, weird. Zoom. Okay. No real anything, so I guess just go. Okay. Made it here. Alright, there's our respawn point. Oh my gosh. This has been a long, long set of rooms here. And we are out of magic. Alright, I'm going to do this thing here. Just try to get some stuff back before we... Actually, I'm already good on health. Okay, that's a bottomless pit of doom. Bring this back down. Oh my god. There's still, like, actually more. Holy crap. This is a very long... Fuck, shit, fuck. And, like, part of me knew it would be there, another part of me was just like, it's fine. God, section up there, path gotta be kidding me. Ow! Fucking asshole. Now that I'm out of everything, we're just gonna put both of those on until we perish and put the correct things back on. It's one of those things you're almost like, is it more worth it just to perish so I can do this section with all of the proper tools, or... do I just flail as I try to continue on? Oh my god. Holy shit, that's got some reach. Ow, 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 ow. It's still going, I can hear it. Trying to trigger the fucking ceiling in there. Gotta go far into that room before it starts moving. Alright, yeah, revive me at the stake. This room is ridiculous. Fuck you. Those guys chilling where they're all at. Try to just come down here, I guess. Really? That wasn't enough either? Can't go that far into the room. The ceiling's gonna drop. Oh, shit. Fighting when you can't see is the absolute worst. That's a hole. Cool. What? That was so weird. Oh, it's because they're separate pieces, that's why. I was like, I saw the edge of the one, though. What do you mean that's there? Because they're not one unit. They go down in a wave, kind of. So it looked like I saw the edge of the one, and I did. It just wasn't the actual end of them. Cool. It's the only reason I stopped there is because I had seen the edge of it, so... Well... That's inconvenient. You just... do that, please? Thank you. Okay. That always makes me happy. I will go down later after I've done all this shit. Okay, yeah, there's definitely worse. Why did it look like I saw the end then? That's so weird. Fuck. Oh my god. You guys are always the worst, just at all times. Does anyone else feel like this day is going by like really slowly, chat? Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me then. You know, misery loves company. I don't know, it just feels like a really slow day. Like, leading up to things I felt fine, but now I'm just like, how is it only... It's like not even 4 o'clock here yet, and I'm just like, how? How is it not even 4 o'clock? Okay. Gotten this far now, so that's good. we've got the drop down in the one cubby hole, and we've got this path on our left here as well to go through still. Oh, you haven't done this one yet? Nice. Aha, I find things. It goes down more? Oh, well, now which... Do I want to go down over there, or do I want to go down over here? What the fuck? How far down do we go? There were notes up there this time. Oh, this has... tree bits. Okay, hold on. Here's... check the Hole of Doom. Nope. This back. Okay, but there was another thing above us, another hole to drop down. This clearly looks like the actual fight. Yeah. Play it safe, take our time. Okay, there's clearly survivability down there, so this connects to something. Why would it? Oh, that's a blob. Okay. I don't love being in the water because crabs and shit pop out of the water. Water not good in this game. Ah, there are more up. Understood. where's the ladder going back up? There's more down here. Ow. Whoop, hi little guy. There we go. Held that down. Really charged that up. Ah, there are more on the ceiling. Ooh, electro charge. Seems interesting. Okay. Really? Both of them, just not you? Okay, but are you... Ah, calls down lightning to charge the body with electricity. While charged, electric shocks will strike the area several times. Charging increases potency. Okay. Origin of incantations that bolster the body with lightning, and now a lost art in the lands between. Cool. I'll probably never use it, but it's cool. Alright. See where this connects to, and then we can head down to where the boss clearly is. Okay. That's where that lets out. That makes sense. That checks out. Alright, now we just gotta get to the other side of the room again. Not so bad. Okay, let's see. What are the odds that the boss is one of those stupid fucking cat things? I think that's a pretty safe bet, huh? One of those stupid statues. Ooh, I didn't pay attention for a second. Sure cut that close. That would have gone well. I should have done this before I used my potion. Oh well. Okay. Here we go, though. Death Knight. Oh god, no! Straight to bullshit! Ooh, hello, lightning dash, mister. first try. Crimson Amber Medallion +3? Holy cow. Taking notes. Not a cat. No, distinctly not a cat. Yeah, a little bit of something else here, though. What does this mean? Who's dead down here? Interesting. Curiouser and curiouser, huh? Yeah, we have one of those being one of essentially like the god type characters dead in the regular world too. From the whole Black Knife plan plot bullshit. Alright, we're gonna take another quick break here, chat. I know it's not quite as long as we were going the last time, but I require a small break here. But that was a good long dungeon to do too, so that helps. Alright. Y'all know the drill with breaks though, chat. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself, and we'll be right back. So close. So close. Alright. Back with more shenanigans. So, let's see where we can head next. I also got myself some jello. Your guys' favorite, like, jello flavors, All sorts of tangling up my cords. It's fine. Okay, feel like that's gonna mostly be it for what was down here. Unless there's something just, like, in the wall. That seems pretty much like it. Well, yeah, I suppose that's an option, Sky. Check this side of the wall. Again, I'm pretty sure that we're clear on this.
Cheese.
Alright, we're still gravely wounded, though, I've noticed. Should probably fix that. Oh god, the bear! You know, I've changed my mind, we're going back to here. This seems far safer than being out there. Especially considering I have enough runes for a level. Should probably do that, huh? Okay, that. Okay. So, we've done this lower section, but it doesn't actually connect outwardly, so we need to go back up the canyon here. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the middle of the canyon that we didn't fight either, so that's probably going to be where we end up focusing a lot of our efforts here. Went south from the bridge instead of north. Yeah, I started to go the other direction and then changed my mind for no apparent reason. Yep, that's pretty much how that went down. Yeah, this is the section that I didn't, like, do anything about. I just kind of... that button. But yeah, I just rode past all this and pretended it did not exist. Barrel of Doom. Bam. Neat. ladders to climb here. So we'll have to go up top from a different vantage point. Hello! Yeet! Uh-oh, oh, I'm dead. Okay, there doesn't really appear to be anything worth grabbing in here anyways, so I'm just gonna zoom through again and not waste my time over here. Oh, where's that at? Understood. Okay, there we go. So yeah, there's the important bit of stuff. Interesting. Back up the edge here. Carefully, carefully, carefully. Ah! She says as she points. That's a lot of deaths right there, my friends. What have y'all been doing here? Oh, why would you... It's just so many horse deaths. Oh, God, why? Do it. Oh. I mean, you know, when someone tells you to do the thing... If all your friends jumped off a cliff, chat, would you do it too? Just gotta add to the pile, you know? Oh, that is such a hilarious spot and I love it. Why did it put me back here? Oh, oh that was funny. Too good. Too good. Let's go get our ship back. Oh. thank you, sir. Oh, man. Oh, the audio? Okay. Just a bit here. I'll get myself back to that Grace site, fix the audio. There it goes. I was like, ah. Okay. Let's not be broken. How about that? That'd be great. There we go. Okay. So, we've gone that way now. Now we get to go this way. We've got that encampment down there. Cave looking. Goof. And then we've got one that goes up. Let's go under the bridge. What goes under the bridge? Lads. Ow. Bad lads. Oop, hello. Goodbye. That was sketchy. Oh, those guys are just beating the shit out of each other. Good luck. Whoop. More of that. Okay. They're having a lovely time. Ruined Forge lava intake. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt so much. Hey, sir. By grace, if ever I see another rock, I shall find it. Of this I have no doubt. The altar of the forge cannot be far. Can it be, though? Oh. That's a lot of fucking lava. Can I just ride you down, oh great drill? Different. Hit them where they're weakest? Wait a sec. No. That's, quite the weak point there. That's, certainly a weak point. No. Alright, well. Oh, God, yeah, that takes a lot of damage. Be slow. This is gonna be a rough dungeon for a magic user. Oh, hi, little fire jelly. Oh god, nothing takes damage from me in here. They're slow. I mean, the idea is clearly to get behind them and hit them, but... No, 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 go away. I can't get past you if you're just here doing shit. None of that stacked enough bleed either. And he's back. Oh my god. Sir. Yeah, fucking note to some chat. Fight these guys before they can turn around, because this is... That took a lot of magic to fight him like that. Like, I get the idea he just was fully facing me in a room, or rather in a hallway that I couldn't exactly get past him. So, like, lesson learned, but... Oh my god. Definitely think I'm gonna end up wanting more frost-based cold stuff in here, because... This is gonna be a rough dungeon, I can tell. We've got another golem type dude. We've got 2 things on the ceiling. I wonder if I'd be better off with sneak gear. Butt stab. Didn't do shit! Oh god! Ooh, hello. Shit, that's a rough fight. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I really don't. I did not get to really learn how to fight those, because that did not turn out remotely how I expected it to. I think mostly I'm just gonna learn off of this one. If that's gonna make it up there or not. Oh, it did. Okay, cool. Dude knocked down. That dude just vibing. Alright. Nope, that still didn't do shit. Okay. Well. So yeah, it's wanting me to do the weak spot. Is it wanting to, like, force me to use a bow? What's the goal here? Okay, well, now we're down here. Just learned nothing about these guys. I mean, weak spot, yeah, clearly, but, like, weak spot versus sword isn't going so hot. I don't super know what I'm failing to learn here. Sir? Unless the thing I'm to learn is just don't fight them. Which doesn't feel like the lesson you would want to learn here, but I mean... Fuck. That's all I got out of that. Okay. I mean, it was something, I guess, but like... Trapped in here. No clue what that one is, tell me. The lava. It's script dagger. Ooh, hello, goodbye. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, and down we go. Oops, hellos. Multiples. Ow! Not, god damn it. I want to actually fight the ones at the top. Stop that, stop that, stop that. Alright, nope. Ow! I've been stabbed in the head. Okay. That gets us back up to the top, right? Cool. So we opened a shortcut. I'm gonna go sit my ass back down. Okay, this is a weird little dungeon so far. Hopefully that's still down. Okay, yeah, but I can't really get back on it. Is the only downside. If I jump that, I'm gonna die for sure. But I can get back to that point really quickly if I just don't fight anything. Or if I just, you know, fight less. It's that one that hits them the booty. And just from there can't figure out the next way you're supposed to damage them. Yeah, we figured out booty hole. After that, we're kind of screwed. It's entirely possible that you're just really not supposed to fight these guys. But I have a feeling that at the end of this dungeon it's gonna get bad. Okay. Now what? There's a small platform there to stand on. So you're supposed to go up here. That much is... for sure. up there. Okay, not go inside the drill, though. So that's an important thing to note. Hold fire. Yes, okay. Have an altar. Is toasty. Anvil hammer. Eh. Oh, plus a teleport out? What? I tried to hit them again, but it didn't work when I tried. Just return to entrance. No. There's no way that's all that's in here. No. What? That's it? These types don't have a boss? I don't like that. Boo. Give boss. It just was small. It was just really short. There just wasn't anything there. Like, I feel like you should have been able to, like, lower the lava level or something. Alright, a bunch of lads just punching each other. A lot of poison. Festive Grease. Festive. I guess I was gonna ask what would make it festive, but I guess that's what the flowers all over it were for. I guess that's kind of a silly question, huh? Toxic mossling. Okay. That's quite the lit path there. I think that's more of a path down here than a path back up. Okay. Rats. Big flower. Cookbook. Okay, so what do we got over here? What's your deal? Suspicious. Shack. Talisman of the Dread. Creepy. Raises potency of magma. Eh. What's up, my guy? Oh, Bale, Tyrant Drake, do your wounds yet ache? Your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Hurry, hurry and lay it all to waste. Lay waste to the proud, the conceited, each every last of that arrogant lot. Seems fine. Bird noises next to me. Oh, and now it's foggy and I can't see. Well, that's rude. You know, I was looking there. Mostly I was trying to notice the giant dragon wing that was off that way. I just hadn't gotten to, like, focusing our view of it yet, but... Well, now we won't. You didn't need to see anything, right, chat? Alright, well, there wasn't really much else here. Here what? What do? Somewhere a spirit spring has been unleashed. Ew! Ah! Very helpful. We love that. Now I know what spirit springs look like. And now we go yeet! Cool. Now we're up here. What does this do for us? Ah, we have more up. Right, nothing direct there. Eat. Or reprimand. Let's put me. I could have landed on top of that 100% if I had known where I was aiming to begin with. You know? I just... Let's just try that again. There we are. Oh, and it just pulled me off my horse. Okay. Alright, this seems fine. This seems like somewhere we should definitely be right now. That's the correct way to get back there? Hmm. I'm assuming that you shenaniganed your way back here instead. Oh, goodbye? Alright, enjoy your day. Just a bit. Hey, we do what we gotta do, you know? This seems safe. Never trust a chest. Oh, there's another site of grace just right. Okay. Ow. Touch. Okay, we're fine. Blessed bone shard. Okay. Fancy. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, okay, just stop it. Open to pain? Oh no. That's reassuring. Why? Why jump? What shenanigan? Cool. Flame Drake plus Flurry. Part of me's a little bummed that they just did so many, like, boosted basic talismans and not just a bunch of, like, fully unique ones. What the... Same time, I get why they did some repeat ones, is because the difficulty here is a little bit differently done with the boosts that they made. Ow, ow, hi, more of you. Ah. Ooh, hi, trying to sneak up on me, huh? Sneaky. Not be got by shenanigans. Spirit gravestone. not supposed to be here yet. Is that the end of this room? There's the exit. Okay, here we are. Ah, yes, I see. Problem solved. What if I just didn't fight him? It's a scary sound. Don't do that. I don't know what died out there. Weird. Oh yeah, this seems fine. Oh yeah, a big rune just before you jump down into the room full of dead corpses. Yeah. Well, hopefully dead corpses. Uh-huh. Just like, oh, by the way, there's also a fucking asshole in here. That's the wrong button. Oh, he breathes fire! Ow! Okay, not too bad a job fighting him there. It was a little wonky, but we got there. Ooh! America's rune, huh? That's gonna be worth a lot. Iris of Occultation. Are we in here? No. Posture check versus my gremlins. Place on the eye of another to deny light in all its forms. And it goes here in my stuff? Oh, do not consume. No, we are not consuming that right now. Yeah, I'm scared of consuming that. That'll be, Hey. Yeah. Mesmer Soldier Ashes. The quest item thingy? Yeah, I mean, it seems like one. It seems like you're gonna have to place it somewhere. I don't like the fact that I can just consume it, though. That's not reassuring. Never mind! Never mind! Never mind! No! 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 I was not mentally prepared for that. Okay. He just looked like a regular guy. Keep a Blessing of Marika on your toolbar. Your mimic will use it randomly to heal. It won't, like, actually, like, use it mine, though, right? It would just be theirs. It'll just be, like, their own copy of it, but it won't consume mine. Okay, interesting. I'd be so worried that I would accidentally use it at some point, though, you know? The amount of times that I'm, like, swapping through my stuff and accidentally use something. I'd be like, oh, well, that sucks. Okay, is this asshole gonna drop down and try to fight me while I'm doing shit over here with the knight? Why can't I summon my mimic for this? That would be nice. What you did earlier, I have to find another one now? No! Ow! I would like in the doorway! I would like in the doorway. In the doorway. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Ow. Okay, yep. Oh, I was not properly prepared for that. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's go at him again. I'm assuming that if we can manage to beat him, he won't keep spawning here. That would make sense. Oh, well. Quite actually mean to use that there. I was trying to make my brain work, but, you know. Okay, I was kind of trying to dodge, but that did not. Ow. Okay. I was trying to get to my runes in time. I was like, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Alright, let's try not to use the wrong things in the wrong... right things in the wrong order, however you want to look at that. I do appreciate that these are out here, since that's when I started panicking. for shenanigans. Oh, give me a set of stairs any day. Ash of War aspects of the Crucible Wings. There you fucking go. I love me some shenanigans on stairs. Feels good. Alright, up here next. Seems clear. I hate wide open spaces. What do we got at the top here? What are we looking at? Chest. Seems safe. Okay. And a cookbook. All that for a cookbook. Cool. We love that. I guess technically all of that for the Ash of War, but still. Oh, this is how you can shenanigan your way down. I see. Yeah, you can jump on all the stuff and get over the ledge there. Yo. With the right set of stuff, you could 100% get over that way. Okay, I think that's everything that's in there that we really needed. You know, I didn't even look chat. Mom resubbed earlier, and I didn't see if the new subscriber notification worked. Did anybody see if the new image worked with that earlier? Oh, that's sneaky. That just wants you to drop straight fucking down to your doom. I don't like hearing wings. It's not particularly reassuring, you know? Well, I think it's just the sounds of weapons swooshing, but still. Stop that. I'm gonna use this stuff to get down. Nope. We're so sneaky. Yeah, lots of bad sounds here. Up. That. Oh, you know, that's 100% like a dragon of some sort. It's just fighting some little guys. I just let them duke it out until they're dead, and they'll have less health. Oh, come on, there's so many of you. You guys can do better than that. Oh, it's these fuckers. Oh, and a dude on a horse. Get your popcorn, chat. They got this. I swear to God, don't breathe. That kind of fire is okay. I thought it was about to be that long stream of fire. I was like, oh God, no. I would love that to be a dragon breath I could get. But I would need, like, probably like a named dragon instead of just Ghost Flame Dragon. They do so little damage to the dragon but can one-shot you. I call shenanigans. You are 100% right. I'm trying to make sure I'm close enough for this health bar to actually be going down. Like, same for some of these guys being alive. As much damage as a dragon does in one hit, these guys should super just not be alive anymore. Between them would be slightly more productive. There's so many arrow shooters. It's one of those, like, yeah, I don't dare get involved in this fight. I'll get wrecked from both sides. The dude with the spear just gave up. I'm like, you know, I don't think I can quite blame him. Whoop, he teleported back in, never mind. Like, y'all can't fucking escape me. I'm back. Gosh, they fight so slowly. Yeah, I'm just like, do any amount more damage than that, please. Like, I don't care which side loses at this point, I just need them to kill each other. Because there's at least 4 of these freaking Black Knights still up. And anything that has bows or maces of that size, 2-shot minimum. Very close to me. Like, at any point, if they decide to attack me instead of the dragon, I'm screwed. Mimic would already be dead by now, right? Like, Super wouldn't have lasted this long. There's so many of them still alive. Eating crossbow. Interesting. Ooh. I'm in danger all of a sudden. We're not. We really focused on them, please. Baxter, drink that, Baxter. Sir, not me! Fight the dragon! Rude! God, fuck. They're slowly all starting to aggro onto me. Uh-oh, I think I have full aggro now. gotta be kidding. That close just to get... Ugh. Hate to see it, hate to see it. I still don't dare to join when there's that many of them. Like, par down the numbers just a little bit first, sir. Just a little bit first. That is simply too many of you. We joined at a pretty good spot in the fight last time. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't use breath attacks from Torrent. Sir, don't shoot at me. There's a whole ass dragon here. Get your shit together. I'm not the priority for any of you. Switch weapon to your offhand. Oh, I guess. I don't want to switch my hands. That's too much work. Ah, lots of the bad lads. Breath attack, like everybody else. Get my shit. Unfortunate. willing to let them whittle their numbers down a little bit, or we're just gonna get absolutely destroyed. It's just so many guys there. And like, if they would just stay aggro on the dragon instead of me, I would 100% join the fight sooner. But they super don't. That's not good. Don't shoot at me. Shoot at anything else. That's fucking rude, my guy. Again, dragon. You have to sit and watch every attempt. It took you 5 tries? Oh god, no. Damage each other better. You both suck. He is on the mountain now. Ow! Who shot me? Tried helping them fight the dragon, they all switched to you. I figured as much. Trying to figure out which of these assholes keeps aggroing on to me instead. Hi. Oh, my stuff got fucking... That's right. This. Excessive! Knock that shit off! I hate everything. God. I should have just used the dragon breath on you, you asshole! Why does my camera feel like it's so far over? Like... I don't think my chair has moved, and yet the camera just feels all sorts of off. And now I get to do it all over again, because... Fuck. Oh boy. Let's see, what was I doing? What can I crochet while we wait? Hopefully not me dying to a fucking dragon that's walking closer to me for some reason. seems safe. This is fine. And the health's going down at least, so hey, we've got that going for us, right? This is an amazing use of our stream time. We're just gonna work on a mushroom. This is perfectly fine. Still taking some damage, although... Oh, there it goes. Okay, I was like, not so much anymore. I think we're getting close to where it's just the archers, which is what it's gonna start slowing down. I just dropped that on the floor. That's helpful. You know when you drop something small and it just like bounces off into the wind and you're like, what the fuck? You should have just gone straight down. Where did you go after that? That was fire in the tent with me. There we go. Alright, let's take a peek on how we're doing here. Got Archer. That one just died. Oh, there's still several guys just smacking them. You know, the last time I thought it was a good idea to pick off an Archer, I died. Migration. Teleportation. Thank you for the posture check as well. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Oh. Like, that's the biggest issue, is they don't even hit each other a bunch of the time. Okay. That was a lot of damage all at once. amazing faith that this will work. Oh my god, fuck off. Okay, you're in the sky again. Oh. That's when Tenok being on Torrent is not helpful, is when you can't roll when he's gonna do that. Alright. I don't have the time to keep fighting this dragon. Let me see where we're at. Dusty, hey. Don't do that. I'm gonna go with no, Nightshade. Hey, stop. Don't do that.
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
How you doing, dude? Where are my... Sir, are you just sitting on my runes? Where the fuck are they? Oh, there they are. Oop, let's not stand in the fire, though. Have you been enjoying the DLC, Blazing?
Kakibara, 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 ka.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna leave the dragon in his little corner of doom for right now. We're gonna look at some other things. Oh, look, danger dogs. That seems safe. Oh, this is a big hole in the ground. Ah, touch grass. We love touch grass. Hello, person next to touch grass.
Go. Do a crime.
Oh, well, that's rude. Alright, well, you're just mean. Which, abandon here the flesh of my body. Grass. You're just being snuck up on by those dudes. Put my shit back on. Brain would work. That's not the correct hand that goes in. users who switched your build back to Scarlet Rot for one boss. Yeah, I've been having... I got my, my New Game Plus character here up to where my previous character was, and I was like, this is just a better character for me. Gotta do the emote from the missive. I don't know which fucking emote that was. Sir, speak words to me. What fucking emote did you give me? This one? Uh-oh. Oh, I hate this. I'm gonna die. Ow! Woo! Don't do that! Don't do that! Don't do that! Nope, 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 nope. Ah! It's gonna kick my ass! Not built for this. That's too slow. Yep, that was too slow. Owie. Oh. Ow. Fucking. Ah. Oh. No. 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 Faster, 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 faster. Death by dragon. Ow. No. Not good, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good, that's a corner. God damn it. And the wall! I was so close! I'm not built for upfront combat! Oh, jeez. Wonder if I can do some of this before. Probably not. Oh, I super can. Okay, cool. Love that for me. Oh. Fire worked really good against you. Ow, ow, ow. Ah! Stop that. God. Just run into my sword. Jeebus. Phew, okay. We're fine. Give item. Now I can do kung fu. Dry leaf arts and hat. Like 20 tries to beat him. Like I said, there's a reason I switched characters. It's because I refused for things to continue taking me 20 tries. So even on New Game Plus, this is not nearly as bad as the previous character I was on. A lot of guys here. Ow! Throw rocks at me. Hi, sir. Hi, sir. This seems safe. Shattered stone talisman. Potency of kicking and stomping skills. Yeah, that makes sense. hello, item I did not grab. Yeah, my previous character was doing, like, shenanigans with knives and stuff. Woo! Hello! But I'm just far more comfortable on sorceries and incantations. This character currently, their stats are built for sorceries, but I'm using incantations. It's fine. Makes perfect sense. Oh, that was a... Yep, hi, nope, goodbye. Have a nice day. You stay over there, I'll go this way. Exactly, we just run by when she yoink. So this is mine now, bye. Shadow Sunflower. I for sure thought these were heads on sticks initially. I was like, oh, that's lovely. No! Does that mean there's a thing here? I don't want to deal with that. That's one of the... Okay, a couple of them are red. Four-toed Foulfoot. What did it do? Ew, don't do that! Ew. Oh, hello, lady. Thank you. Is it bad in here? Not good. Oh. Secret minor bird tree is small tree. Hello, small tree. I take your thingy. Heal from afar. Well, that's never getting used. But thank you, tiny tree. Lots of different, separate, unrelated poison swamps. So many birds. I don't like birds. Oh. Are you good lad again? Who does not want me dead? Hello? Thank you. I don't like birds, I don't like birds, I don't like birds, I don't like birds. Oh my god, it's exclusively just so many birds. Oh. Aha. Prow base. Okay. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna sit at this, touch grass. Perfect. No peace, no more worms. That. Ah, yes, of course. I've got stuff with the fam in an hour, chat, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here so that I can be ready for it, and not be, like, in the middle of a boss and not want to leave. Sky, no! Not the only birds! Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up there, or else I'm gonna end up getting distracted by something. I'm gonna be frustrated that I have to leave it there. So we're just gonna call it there. This is about when I'd planned on wrapping up anyways, and I wanted to find a site of grace to do that. So, let's see who is online that I can send you guys over to, in a raid. Tomorrow, chat, most likely we'll be doing, Little Kitty Big City, finally. I was supposed to do that on Monday, but stream stuff got switched around, so now we are going to probably be doing that tomorrow. Let's send you guys over to Messy. Messy is playing what looks like Still Wakes the Deep. He only just started too, so we don't have to worry about him wrapping up right now. Let's go ahead and get that queued up. Y'all know the drill with raids. Be nice, follow Messy's rules, most importantly, have fun. And as always, chat, I hope that you have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. Thank you all for hanging out for some more Elden Ring DLC today. We made good progress cleaning up some of the around the world stuff. We haven't gotten to another, like, major boss yet, but we did a lot of real good world exploration. So, hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.